Alright, let's get started. Welcome. I hope everyone's going well tonight. Yeah, we're just going to jump straight into it. So I've been working on the models and trying to restructure the models and all that kind of fun stuff. We're just going through the linting process, removing any sort of duplication of code, and just fixing any linting sort of issues. So for example, the instance of foreign key has no key member. There's one I'm a bit confused about because it should actually have something in there. But I think the document ID will work because that is essentially the ID field. So yeah. Okay. We're almost finished with the document. The database models. After that, we've got to construct the migration file. So I'm looking at what I've written down, what I want to do tonight. And then we can set up and design the new views. And then if we do all of that, we've then got the API changes. So yeah. All right. I'm just gonna see. Oops, what was that? Silly mistake on my behalf. Actually, it probably is not smart. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I think it should still be that. We want this code here. Local.settings, and then NearBeach, and then models. And that should do all of that for us. Now what I'm going to do, I think it was 1101, just grabbing for it. Alright, now I might have forgotten the number, we'll just do a full one like this. I'm just scrolling all the way up. Yeah, there's a lot less up in here now. Unused requirement import from NearBeach. Alright, I'll have a look into it. Too many ancestors. Ooh, alright, that's a different one. I'll have a look into it. Too many ancestors, I'll have a look into it. Trailing new lines. Yeah, I'll have a look into that. Too many ancestors. Alright. And then what we've got to do is get rid of the similar lines and so forth like that. I'm a little... Oh, did you see our first ad break? Damn it. I'm a little bit on the fence with this because technically it's just one particular field and it's just that field has the same attributes. So I've started abstracting it all out and I'm kind of like, well, I'll keep it as simple as possible. If it gets to the point where it's like, it throws up its arms, being like, oh, there's duplicate code still and all that, I'm just going to have to ignore it and be like, no, these are particular fields. We set everything up like this for a reason, so that way it's easy for people having a look at the models table to find out what fields are under there instead of having to look under there and go, all right, cool, which abstraction is this in, and so forth like that. Because if we were just abstracting, it just gets a bit messy. So yeah. Anyway, we've got about 20 seconds left of the ads. Socks, are you coming over? Yeah, come on. Come on. Up you hop. Girl. All right. There she is. She's in her bed now. There we go. So yeah. About 5 seconds left. We might as well get back into it. So yeah. Well, welcome back, everyone. All right, cool. So what I've done is I've extracted these out into essentially a foreign key sort of setting because they are all the same. And then I'm just importing that. And I'm slowly doing that everywhere. So yeah. All right, so we might as well go to the sprint section because it found those ones first. We might as well go from here and work our way down. So we've got the sprint common stuff. So what will actually happen in here now is we'll have requirement foreign key. Oh, I haven't found it yet. That's really annoying. Means I've got to go to my requirement. Make sure it's in there. Yeah, it's there. This will also have project foreign key. So essentially we can get rid of those fields now because they're no longer needed. That's stock standard, that's stock standard. The sprint status is stock standard. All of that will be stock standard. We just now need to import these, and what we can do is we can get rid of, actually, that's it. That's all we need to do. Alright, going back down, go to the sprint audit table. So we've got that one. That one will be unique. Story point cost, higher order cost, requirement item, project and task. Those will be different. So, and going up here, we're just going to do something like this. Oops. This will be requirement item foreign key. Cool. Project foreign key. Yep. And task foreign key. Now, if we go up here, we just need to import the task one. That's just as simple as just going like that. And then what we've got to do is we just get rid of these old ones. Pretty easy to do. Like so, and then we just go down here. We no longer need that in there, and then that's all cleaned up. Once again, let's just go to the same thing here. Project foreign key. Yeah, we just go up here and we're just going to just do that at the end. It's done. And there you go. So if we should no longer see this being duplicates in here. Or higher order status. We'll get back to the higher order status in a bit. Because yeah, that's something which we can quickly abstract out. I'm just going to copy this, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grep for the R0801. Oh, I just got that many, so if I do a count on that, there's about 23. All right, cool. So we've got 23 similarities. Okay, not too many, not too many. What I'm going to do, I'm going to close everything. We're just going to minimize this, minimize this. We're going to go into customer. I think customer's fine. Yeah, customer's fine. We're going to get rid of that. All right, cool. Organization. Organization should be fine too. Yeah, and as you can see, all of these are now a lot leaner. Project should also be fine because that's really self-contained. Tasks should also be fine because that's once again self-contained. The user should be fine. That's relatively self-contained. All right, so we did the sprint. Let's go up. Let's do requirements. So we've got the requirement foreign key in here. We've got the title, description, and so forth like that. I have a feeling this would want me to also deal with the description, but I'm going to say no. Just because, yeah, you're just adding abstraction or problem extraction upon extraction, and I'm just like, no, I'm going to draw a line somewhere. All right, change task. I'm happy with dealing it for the foreign keys. I know there's, yeah, I know that those are in multiple different places, but they're not always. Alright, yep, change task is fine. Permissions. Permission set. Yeah, all of that's fine. Object assignment. This one will definitely have, yeah, this will definitely have the abstraction. All right. All right, so after that, we'll do group foreign key. Oh, we don't have a group foreign key yet. Not worry, I'm going to leave it out. We'll need the requirement foreign key. And what I'll do this up here. Change task to have one. That does. That does. That's fine. Oh, that's an enum anyway, so that's perfectly fine. We discovered that didn't. That will. Alright. So straight off the bat, what I can actually do now is I can go. Foreign key, customer foreign key, organization foreign key, project foreign key, requirement foreign key, requirement item foreign key, task foreign key, and then request change foreign key. Okay, cool. And no, this is not in alphabetical order yet. Over here. Now that's in alphabetical order. So I'm just going to go down here now. I just want to get rid of that. I definitely want to get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that and that. Because yeah, this is technically duplicate code. Oh, that's fine. All right, cool. What I'm going to do. Actually, before I do that, I want to see the count. I want to see if it dropped down. So it's now down to 15. Sweet. So we're definitely doing something here. Now we've got to handle this one. So if I go up here, we don't have any. I can look at the imports very, very quickly and be like, all right, cool, we've got the common, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Foreign key, foreign key, foreign key, foreign. That's perfectly fine, we move on. We've got foreign, and so forth like that. Now, we might have to go back and actually do this all for the groups. Shouldn't take too long. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun this and get all of them, like so, and we're just going to go through. Alright, going from the top, too many ancestors. I'm going to have a look at that object assignment. Use one of the classes too many parent classes. Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah, I thought this will happen. Try to reduce this to get simpler and easier to use class. Yeah. I don't think we can do it that way. Yeah. How many times does this appear? Let's actually have a look. Five times. All right. So you can never win. The one problem, every single object might be connected to other objects differently. Which means I would have to look at all the classes and sort of combine stuff together and yeah, all right. What's the sort of limit? Yeah. And this would be let's find the files. Yeah, object assignment, yeah. Document permissions, yeah, alright. Folder, yeah, no, and misc. Alright, that's when we've got all the all the objects connected. Alright, cool. Go into object assignment, we'll have a quick look. So yeah, it's got pretty much everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then yeah, it's got 3 too many. Alright. And that's what I was kind of afraid of. Alright. I'm going to continue with the abstraction. I'm going to ignore these for the moment. The idea here is we'll continue to remove these. Worst case scenario, I have to put them back in. That's fine, it's just copy and paste. Oh, actually fine. Yeah, no, it'll be copy and paste, not find and replace. We've got customer and organization. We've got profile picture. I mean, come on. Now we're just... I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking this abstraction is just... It's getting tedious. Yeah, I think it's... It wants me to do all of those. Because project and task are similar. I just like off it. Do that is that's different. That's the problem. What's that? Oh. Say let's stop with the abstraction sort of stuff. We're just going to cause more problems down the track. This is not worth it. I'll probably undo what I've done. I'll probably talk to a couple of people and be like, hey, how would you tackle this? Not worth it. Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna leave it there. In fact, I really kind of want to undo what I've done tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna undo what I did. So we've got 9.68. Okay, and the extraction did give us a better value, but you know, I don't think this is a good thing to do. All right. Oh, sorry. Oh, bit of yawn. Back on the code. The next thing I want to do is let's head the migration file. But first, what I actually want to do is I want to make sure we're no longer using the old terminologies and so forth like that. So I am just going to open up over there, just in case someone's done something terrible. All right. Idea is we're going to go in here and we're going to try and find if we still use the old terminology. All right, I'm going to just to deal with this. All right, cool. Organization name, website. Email. All right, cool. All right, we're going to go customer. Oh, the first name, last name. All right, cool. Customer. Cool. I'm happy with that. I should also do that with organization. Organization, no. All right. In those sort of cases, that's perfectly fine. That deals with permissions, so that's fine. Which I'm going to ignore that. All right, Kanban. Your Kanban board, but that's a foreign key. We're matching the names up there. That's perfectly fine. Another thing we've got to do is let's actually go directly to the item itself. Let's go to Kanban board. Done. We've got ID, title, and status now. We don't have description in here. We have Kanban board to match it up with that. ID name. All right, cool. Property. Yep. Okay. Oh. All right, cool. I'm going to double check the card. ID, title, description. Yep. Once again, those match up with the table name, which is how we want it. Okay, predator. Alright, yep, cool. I'm pretty sure I've done this all correctly. ID type, yep. Alright, cool. We might as well just go Python 3 manage migrations. So that is yes. We're now got the long task of doing this. Change class description. Yep. Yes. Change class annotator. Yep. Type ID. Yep. Yep. We're removing the prefix out of all of these fields. So yeah, there's a lot of change in here. Block ID, yep, alright, cool. Customer first, yep, alright, cool. Customer ID, yes. Last name, yes. Profile picture, yes. Title, yes. Description, yes. Key, yes. Upload success, rename to upload success, yes. ID, yep. Group ID, yep. Kanban board ID, yep. Kanban board status, yep, yes. Kanban board name, rename to title, yes. This is one of those sort of cases where we've definitely had the rename. ID to ID, card priority renamed to priority, yep. Sort number, yep. Card text to title, yes. Yes. Column name to column name, yep. Alright, cool. Column property, yep. Sort number, yep. Level name to name, yep. Yep. Project status, requirement item status ID. Yep. All right. Cool. I'll just see if I can scroll all the way down. No, I can't yet. So item type ID to ID. Yep. Cool. Higher order status. Higher order status. Yep. All right. Cool. That's one thing I gotta check. Yep. Status ID, yes. ID, requirement type, rename to type, yep. Status ID, yes. Sort of, yes. Status, yes. ID, yep. Yep, title ID, yep. End date, yep. Yep, header, ID, message, start date, a group, ID, note, ID, JSON, type, yep. ID, yep. Name to name, profile picture, yep. Website to website, yep. ID to ID, yep. Name to name, date to date, ID to ID, and then priority. Alright, this is one where it got really changed, and that's a yes, that's fine. Public link, yep. But we should, oh no, project description was the thing, yep. Impact, yep, there's a lot of fields in here. Start date, start implementation, start date, yep. Alright, I think these are all fine. Most of this I went through already. Oops. Possible to add a non-null value blocks to change up without specifying a default. This is because the database needs something to populate the role. Please. Alright, was user non-null field. So this will be with common info. Which field is it? Provide once off. Alright. Possible to add a non-null creation user with that. Alright. Creation user, alright. Oh, we're gonna have a break. Alright. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we just run ads on Twitch every half an hour. And yeah, we just do this in the meantime. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well tonight. Yeah. So what's actually happening is we never had a creation user on this particular table, and it is required, the particular field. So what we're doing is we're doing a once off. Usually what I do is I'm like to the user table, I might grab the first one. But today it's just not wanting to let me. No problem, just look it up. So video migration by manually from user table. Alright, so yeah, I've just got to figure this out. So yeah, won't take long, hopefully, fingers crossed. Could take forever. Not me. So yeah. And we're back. Alright, so NearBeach.models, import everything. Possible to add an non-null field creation user to group without specifying. Hang on a minute, this is group. Oh, I just need to go one. And one. Oops, non-nullable field description. Actually, I'm just going to quit. Because that is one thing we're going to actually change. So, on folder description, oh, I've missed one. It's going to be like that. All right. That's fine like that. So description equals. So any requirement, it's a text field. Blank equals true. Default is that, and that's what we want to set. Document and folder are set. Kanban card is allowed to be blank. Equals that, and then default equals that. Mark that up. So I'm just going to this is project. True. Default equals this. Screw that up, don't I? All the time. Blank equals true. Default equals this. I keep doing that. So blank equals true. Blank equals true. Change task project, misc folder. We want something for the folder. and so the document, so blanks are not allowed because you want the user to enter something in. So this is a request for change. Yeah, that should be fine. And then the other one, creation user. What I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the abstractions. I'm just going to go default. Do that. Yeah, no, that's right to be like that. All right, cool. Probably not do that then. 'Cause yeah, alright, don't worry. Just means I gotta do a lot of ones again. Alright, so the description should be fine. Oh, we got the backup plan too. Alright. So we're gonna go in here, title description, alright, type, yep, we're fine with all that sort of stuff. Let's try about, I am gonna grab those, just gonna yank them out. So with the version number, yep, that's perfectly fine. We've got integer fields, foreign key, integer, and then we've got the text fields. Something like that. Now, we won't need those in there anymore because they're exactly the same now. It's redundant code. All of that should be fine. What we're going to have a look is the text field, and I'm just going to go from the top to the bottom and make sure we're fine with a lot of these. Yep, cool. Done. Alright, cool. I can't see anything out of the ordinary. I'm just going to be like, alright, cool. Now, there's a lot of ones in here. I'm just going to see Django model default to first super user. Alright, cool. We're just going to go down. We have to override get initialize data method. Probably not what I want. Alright, we go to dev. Ooh. That's kind of good, yes. Actually, I want to check one thing. 5.3 manage shell. Alright, so import, sorry, from Django.com. Import settings. So if I go settings now, we've got local settings, we have settings dot auth. What is it again? Auth user model. Auth.user. If I go a equals settings dot auth user model, a like that. But I don't see auth user. One. All right. So if I go a.count, I'm gonna find okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, worst case scenario. And I don't think there's the correct thing to do, but I don't think that's the correct thing to do, but we'll find out in a second. This, go to this, and then we're going to find some manage run server. We'll see if things are running. It is cool. And if you're wondering what NearBeach looks like at the moment, it's just a hello world. Alright, I think maybe that will be okay. All of this already. There's a lot of fields. I'm just wondering if there's a quick way of doing this. Generally my trends, yes to everything. Alright. I'll just go through it like this. Oops. Impossible to add non-editor field blocks to change task blocks. Someone needs to populate All right. I keep forgetting what. Yeah, this is if. Yeah, alright. That should be one. Filter status. 0, alright. Alright. And yes, we deleted a couple of things. Easy done, so deleted this, deleted that. Did we really delete document permission? Or did we just not border over? Right, that might be actually a problem. Because we do actually have document permission. Alright, that is actually a problem. Oh, flashback. Sorry about that. Alright, cool. So, way to fix this. Moving into init. We've got this, we've got document. And we go from document import document. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, we've just got to import it here. The problem is, we are deleting the bug client and list of bug clients, but we're not deleting these too, so we need to also import those, and we're going to do this all over again. This is why we double check everything and triple check. So the sprint stuff, that will actually belong down here. So this is the sprint audit table and the sprint object assignment. So from sprint.sprint audit table, import this sprint audit table is done. From sprint.sprint object assignment, import this sprint object assignment is done. I think we need the sprint status because that's just referenced in itself. I think that's how about that. To test this out to make sure this works, we go Python 3 manage run server. And I think we have found a bug. That's not going to be a problem. So what we do is we find this and get rid of that, and we go auth user model. That was on the document permission by mistake. Stop that. We run this. Cool. Everything's running. We are going to remove that migration because it will delete data, and we don't want that to actually happen. So what we want to do is remove that one. So I think that one was created today. I think this one was created, yeah, back in October. All right, cool. So Python 3 manage make migrations. Hang on. We're gonna do an app label, definitely. Oh no, not the app. Oh, sorry, the name. Doesn't look like it. That's fine. Alright, fine, screw it. Now I've got to go through all of these again. Almost done. So many I've got. Okay, one's off. One. All right. So we're only deleting the bug client, list of bug clients. Cool. And then we've got all these add fields. We've got the rename field, and we've got a bunch of change meta errors and all that kind of stuff. All right, cool. So we have a look at this code over here now. What I might do is I might rename it. No, I'll leave it like that. And that shouldn't take too long to implement. No, that didn't work. All right. It's a bit annoying. All right. Sort order. All right, there's a bunch of sort orders, but what? Different utilities, integrated, check, constraint failed, sort order. Let's just Google what this is. The fuck? Invalid data, the data you're trying to save. No integer value, except. Alright, well, I'll tell you what, let's go in here. Okay, that makes sense. That's just telling us what we are ordering. That's just there's a new field. That one should be fine. I'm just having a look at where it breaks. migrate, space, init. No, it doesn't say where. The worst case scenario, what I could do is I can break this migration file into multiple migration files. That's pretty easy to do. This is a very big migration file. And what I will do then is, if I was doing that, I'll focus on each sort of individual table. Just gonna check for any sort of problems. Alright, I'm just going to set code. I'm going to do a custom scope. So what I want to do, local NearBeach models, and the pattern will be NearBeach models include recursively. All right, cool. I should include everything in there. All right, analyze. Okay, that's fine. It's just cleaning up stuff. I'm gonna try it again. And hey there! So we're currently doing a massive sort of refactor on NearBeach. NearBeach is an open source project management system. There's quite a bit of technical debt in it now, and we're trying to get rid of it. So yeah, if you've got a project you want to sort of help manage, you could use NearBeach to help manage it. So yeah. Alright, found it, but what checker sort order? That's the problem. So if I go cat for NearBeach migration 048 and go grep sort order, we're going to have that many in there. And I don't know which one it's been broken on. Hell, it might be breaking itself on that, because we haven't renamed it first. That might be the problem. And one way to find it out, this is where I need to actually go to rep show line number. Okay, so 85. 102, 103, and 114. Alright, this is just me seeing if this is going to work or not. No? Alright, not a problem. This is where I'm just going to make sure those changes don't happen. So 4, 3, 5. So what I'm going to do, nothing. And then 4, 6, 5. And once again, we're going to do nothing for this. Then 490. And then 906. And hang on a minute. List of requirement item statuses. I'm not going to argue with it at the moment. I'll come back and check it out. 1089. So we haven't pushed anything. This is not in production or anything like that. We're just finding out what's going wrong and how we can fix it. Okay, so we liked that. I have a feeling that it's this last sort of stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the database. I'm going to remove the NearBeach migration 0048. I'm going to go Python 3 manage. I'm going to go migrate. So we're migrating in the stuff that we've got. And what I'm going to do, Python 3 load data. I'm going to do the big set of data. So we do the NearBeach fixtures, and then we do the GDPR set up stuff. Ooh. I need to go back to a different branch before I do that. So I'm going to go git status and git status. Develop. Oh yeah, good commit. I'm gonna commit it first. What did I do here? Tidy up models, table. Alright, then we're here. I'm gonna go Python. I'll do this Python 3 manage load data. I'm just gonna load in the fixture data from the GDPR. That one's going to take a little while because it's a big data set. Cool. And then we're going to go 0.32 development. And then from here, we know the sorts weren't working perfectly fine. And I know I was deleting some of the stuff. So I'm just going to scroll up. We have requirement item. I could get that fixed. All right. are initting it, which is good. I'm just going to go here. All right, cool. So we've got ID, we've got requirement, status, type, story point, priority. Requirement item status. That actually might be up here. So requirement item status. Higher order set. We've got the sort mode there. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be deleted. That should be renamed. And then yeah, the meta will be the sort order here. Okay, we might as well rebuild everything. So Python 3 manage make migrations. I'm just going to do help again. I'm just going to go no input. So I'll use it just especially automated. But it's not going to be the default answer that we want. All right. Okay. Sorry, sucks. I'm gonna. Yep. Django make migration set default value as yes. Not what I wanted. Alright, now we'll just have to go through the pain again. Python 3 manage migrations. It's gonna go yes, 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 Alright, this is gonna take a while. It's going to be one. Alright, so we're only deleting some things. We're only altering fields, adding fields. Oh. All of those have been... Alright, so the task long description from task. No, that's... Alright, so we're going to have to fix up a few things in here. So, not a problem. We haven't made the migration, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy the database. Okay, easy done. That's not going to be a problem. We're going to use this to figure out what needs to be changed. So, for example, remove field change task blocks from change task blocks. No. That. It'll be easy just to open up the file itself. So open up this migration, scroll all the way down, we'll just go like this, and then we're just gonna go GG at the top, and then what we want to do, change task blocks. Copy that. I'm just going to go over here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to paste it in there, and that way I can see it from the top. Change task blocks. Okay. Let's have a look. Have I done something silly? Alright, I could have done something silly. So I'm going to go into the request for change task. Alright. Yeah, we're not deleting that. Alright. Okay, cool. What we're going to do here is I've just gone through and I'm like, oh, alright, I don't want to name this like this anymore and stuff like that without thinking it all the way through. Remove my light. Give me 2 seconds. He's done. So yeah, I'm going to revert that. And what we're going to do, we're going to ignore that. All right, cool. We're not removing project hire order status. That should not be the case. So we're definitely not doing that. That should be a rename. Yeah, that should be a rename. Yeah, all right. That should be rename. That should be rename. Yeah. All right. And now I've got a problem of adding stuff. All right. Cool. That won't be happening anymore. Migrations, add field, customer, creation user. I think that's new, yeah. Migrations, add field, creation user, yep. 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 Alright. I'm going to ignore the creation user. Higher order status, migrations, add field, no. Higher order status, once again, delete this. Add field, no. Add field. Status. No, that should be rename. Oops, I didn't actually read that one. Creation user, yep. Alright, cool. Some of these are definitely new. Type. Not new, it's a rename. Creation user is yep. 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 Higher order status is not. Alright, add field, creation user. Notification location is not add field, it's a rename of an existing field. Object assignment, creation user, yep. Alright, cool, creation user. I'm gonna sneeze again. Creation user. Oh, flashback, jeez. Alright, sorry about that. Creation user. Description, no, because it'll be a rename. Add field, backup plan, no. Add field description, no. Nope. 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 Alright, creation user, creation user. Yep, alright, cool. Creation user. Description, nah. Creation user. Alright, correct. Change user, yep, creation user. Date created. Here's the settings. Yep, alright, cool. Date modified, yep. Is deleted, yep. Change user, yep. Creation user, yep, that's fine. Description. Okay, that's a bit weird. Let's that field hasn't changed. Description. Yep. Max length, blank, true. Default is nothing, yeah. And the change user is the basic sort of stuff. Yep. Alter field. Alright. How many have I deleted out the alter field? Alright, hang on. No, that was add field. Alright, cool. That's fine. And then add field, and then add field, add field, add field. And then as I was coming down here, I was all happy with that. And then we hit the alter field. Alright, sweet. So all of this we'll need to key in now. So what I got to do, so I've got to do the same as the rename. So got to alter field we're happy with. Yeah, what do I want to do? Alright, I want to scroll all the way up to rename. So we've got rename field. I'm scrolling. Actually, I want to do this in a particular order. So, going with the removed again, we're just going to copy these. What we're going to do, we're going to go in here, we're going to paste them. We're going to have a look for the change task blocks. So we've got the change task block here, and what we want to do is we want to write in migrations.rename field, and we're going to go model name, change task blocks. All right, cool. Old name equals, we're going to go over here. We're actually going to copy this. We're going to make sure it's in quotations first. Actually, we're not changing this one at all. This one isn't going to get changed. I've decided to keep it the same. So now I am going to look at list of project statuses. Which is down here. And this is the project hire order status. So we do have project status there. I don't know why it didn't grab the hire order status, but that's fine. So we've got the migrations, rename field, and then we've got the model name. What's that? We've got the old name. It's not going to be that. Don't fill out your crud. New name is going to be something like that. We'll figure it out in a second. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go over here. We're going to paste this in like this, and we're also going to paste it in here like this, but we're going to get rid of the project out of the front, like so. Why are we removing that argument? So it's kind of like that now. So we can get rid of this, and we've got to do it for pretty much all of those. And the RFC is the big one too, with all that change. Alright. Copy this. List of requirement item statuses. Go, and we've got requirement order, higher order status. We've got the type. I actually have that for the requirement status. Right, no, not a problem. Migrations dot rename field, model name. I'm gonna double check all of this, so we're gonna grab all of that. We're just gonna paste it in, and we're going to grab this old name, and then we're going to go new name. I'm going to paste it in, but I'm going to get rid of the requirement item out the front. And we just do something like that and that. Right, getting there slowly. We've got requirement item status. So this will be migrations.rename field. Model name equals, and we're just gonna name equals. And then new name. Yeah, this really rename field. You know, I was afraid this was going to happen, so I'm not fussed that it is actually happening. I'm glad it's not happening as bad as I thought it would be. I thought I would have had to go through and do a lot of this, pretty much do this manually. So I'm very glad that it's not too bad. Once again, list of task statuses. So here we go. We've got task higher order status. You know what? I can actually go here. Migrations dot rename field. Easy done. Model name equals, and then we just paste something in like this, and then we go over here. We go over just like this. We go old name equals, and then new name equals higher order status. Should have one called notification. So in here we've got migrations dot rename field, model name equals notification, easy done, old name equals. We just got to copy this, and new name will be location. All right, then we got one for project. The ID is fine. This will be migrations dot rename field, and then it will be model name project. It will be the old name equals. We've got project description. And that will just be description. We should also, yeah, there we go. We've got that one there. I don't know why it skipped this one. It's a bit weird. All right, request for change. So we've got a bunch for this one. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to cut this all out. I'm just going to put one of these in here, and I'm just going to paste it like that. Yeah. Done. All right, simple rename field. Whoops, made a big mistake of that. Request for change. We're just gonna go old name equals something like that. New name equals something like that. 1, 2, 3, 5, and then we're just gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. I think if I do 4p. Yep, this is just easy done. Paste this in. Yeah, we're getting rid of the RFC out of the front of these. Christ. Get rid of that. Alright, cool. So So now we've just got task. And what we have is migrations, dot rename field, name task, the old name equals, and I'll quickly grab that from over here. So we're gonna have a copy, we're just gonna paste this into here like this. I'm gonna have the new name. It won't be that, it'll actually be just description. Like again, we're making all the field names as generic as possible. So yeah. Where's my socks? Shoot one. Alright, so yeah, we've just done that one. So I'm really happy. So we've handled all the remove fields now. With that one not changing at all of these, yeah, we're happy with. All these add field ones should no longer be a problem. And then, yeah, we've got the old default ones, which we're happy with down there. Now, what I'm going to do, frequency. I've got that as an alter field. Anyway, what are we gonna do? Path 3, manage, migrate, unexpected, new, 1443. Ah. Okay, easy done, fix that. Alright. Definitely going to take a while. Oh, cool. As I said that, it's just done. I'm happy about that. Alright. We go manage, manage run server. Let's make sure it runs. It runs, but we don't have much of a local host, nor do we have much of an admin at the moment. Yeah, we've got nothing with the admin. The reason being is I've stripped everything out first, because what I've got to do now is I'm just going to test everything. The other thing I need to make sure is that the data is going to be the same on both sides. So I'll need to essentially extract out all the data from the old fixtures and compare them with the new fixtures. And it's going to be a bit of a pain, not going to lie. But the good news is I could probably generate quite a lot of quick SQL and go, all right, cool. Because with the SQL, you can have, like, let's say your field name, you just go as, and then you just put in the new field name, and then you run all of that, you order it by an ID or something like that, and you do the exact same thing with the new database, but because the new fields and so forth like that, you don't have to do the as. And then it's just a simple data comparison between the both to make sure everything connects up and is working. Yeah. So I'm just having a quick think. All right. think that's all working at the moment. Let's go git add, git commit, implementation of the migration file. We can always edit this migration file too. Yeah. Alright. So we've constructed the migration file. That is pretty awesome. I kind of want to go back to finishing the DB models. Now, one thing which I wanted to do is have a look at Violent, Django settings. Oh, oh. Alright, let's just go to Pilot. Let's just open it up. So what we kind of want to do is with Pilot is we want to add in some configuration to ignore the duplicate line to code. Yeah. I just can't live while holding all this passion, and it's not a decision for me. It's a dichotomy, you're dying or just living, homie. I feel the worst when I'm silent at home and I'm sitting lonely, brother. That's the story of my life. Think it was already written for me. It used to feel like an imprisonment. Many times I tried quitting this, but these withdrawals try to fly again and again, even when I felt my wings were clipped. I can't blame anyone else. Truth be told, I was forging weapons against myself. I'm afraid of being the other side than already is. Alright, cool. Yep. We've also got to look at Bandit again. Oops, git checkout. Main, alright, cool. So I'm just curious how we can use Bandit and stuff like that. I mean, I'm happy with that. Yeah, those are skipped because they're total lines of code. Jesus. None. Alright, total issues. Ooh, alright, low. Test. Yeah, alright, cool. No, that's fine. We want to actually ignore all of that. Those are, yeah, definitely ignore those particular folders. So if I were to set up views like that. And we have decorators. Alright, cool. Yep. Bandit help. Just test. I'm sorry for this. Skips. Okay, yep, level. No, that's fine. Ignore, no, sex, no, exclude paths. Alright, that's what we want. So if I were to do that, right, yeah, and then it just ignored all the MD files and stuff like that, which is what we want. All right, cool. All right, that was easy. All right, back in the development file because we've actually deleted quite a lot of the code. The idea being is I just need to get up a plain version of NearBeach working, and then from here I will actually get the, well, we're gonna set up and design the new views. I am gonna get some water though because I am going to go to the bathroom. I've been streaming about 2 hours. I will be back very shortly. I am back. Thank you very much for waiting. Let's get right back into it. So, currently NearBeach is using Django as a hybrid sort of approach. So it will render a lot of the templates. However, that being said, it's at the basic sort of level, and then VueJS then grabs what it needs and goes from there. License being used elsewhere. Reactivate. It shouldn't be. Oh, the laptop's turned off. So. Actually, no, I wanted to handle the pilot stuff first. I think that's going to be 10 times easier. So, and then we'll design the stuff. There's a lot of options to follow the needs of various projects, and a lot of checks to activate if they suit your style. You can generate a simple configuration file with generate config. Alright, let's do that. Let's go over here, pilot. Alright, cool. Does that do anything? Oh, I can't even do anything about my PyLint. I'm an idiot. Alright. Alright, cool. I'm just going to copy what their line said. It's not made a file, has it? No. No, it hasn't. Alright. To generate a sample configuration file, or to do every option, for example. Alright, cool. But what is it called? Element configuration file. There you go. All right. Analyze, reserve, fallback blocks, clean. All right. All right, fails on. All right, no. Ignore files or directories that could be skipped. All right, cool. Ignore CSVs. Yep. Load plugins, that would be PyLint, Django, I think. Yep, it should be that. Persistent, yep. High version, yep, alright, cool. Cursive. Discovers Python modules and packages in the file subsystem tree. I'm going to say true. Actually, I think that's going to be capital T. Source root. But also at the same time, I'm doing extensions and I want to go Django. Not in here. Alright, cool, no problem. And I'm just wondering, because we've got Django settings module in here, if we've got load plugins there, I think we've got to do that. And we're just going to go local.settings, I think. I'm not sure. All right. Just going through here. Tool, PyLint Basic. All right, snake case. Yep. Any Interesting. All right, cool. All right, yep. I want lines of code. Oh, about halfway. All right. That's also another thing that we could change. Those, but I think fine for the functions is okay. It's maybe the attributes with classes. This has to do with extracting everything out. Yeah. Maximum number of branches for a function, maximum number of locals for a function. Branch for a class. All right, cool. Yeah, I think it's also another one. I'm looking at duplication lines. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I might change that to 120. All right. I'm just gonna Google this. Do message control, enable. Min similarities, that's probably what I'm after. So what we could do is we can change this. Because the one problem is with Python, considering how we structure our code, each one of those is actually just a single line. I might go in and remove the abstraction. Just because it adds on more complexities and all that kind of fun stuff. But if we go into requirement, we have a look at the requirement foreign key. We've just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 lines. So if I remove that, it should be fine. And then if I go apply lint, Pi version 3.12 is an available format, should be in a string 3.8. It is in a string. Error, argument, mistake case. Oh my fucking god. Alright, don't you love it when you generate something and okay. I'm just going to do this one. RC file. All right, PyLint. Put that in. Means this all changes now. Oh, it's still going to be like that. Shoot. All right. All right. PyLink's duplicate code detection is controlled by minutes and similar lines. All right, cool, sweet option. You can ignore specific folders from the PyLink checks, including similar checks. Use the ignore patterns option. Folder to ignore, but we don't want to ignore the folder. For permanent configuration, so ignore patterns. Oh, we don't want to ignore those files though. Alright, not a problem. Django, and then so done. Oops, I forgot I have that on there. All right, I'm just going to go down here. We got that, and then equals local dot settings. I think that will still work. Cool. Yeah, I know. And all right. Too few public members. I don't know why that's popping up. Hang on. I'm just having a look at how they've done their there's coverage, there's get ignore, landscape, pre-commit, pre-commit config YAML. Oh, already there.
Okay, I don't think I've got one in. It's saying this doesn't work. What if I do something like that? Unrecognized option found, Django setting module. Alright, cool. Plugin is impossible to load. Is it installed? Let's have a look. Pip install. Oh, alright. Pip install pylint Django. Alright, cool. I probably spelled something wrong here, so let's just retype it in. Pylint Django. We're going to... And Cornelius, hello. What do you need help on? I don't know if I'll be able to help you, but I can try. Oops, pylint. Let's do NearBeach modules. Should just keep it small. Scroll up. Django was not configured. Yeah, boo. Alright, so Django's not configured. Let's just copy that, let's just paste that in. Let's have a look. Django not configured, Django was not configured. For more information to run file link. I'm right here. Finding foreign key relationship from strings in Pylink Django requires configuration Django. This can be done via the Django settings module, environmental variable, or Pylink Django settings module. Pylink. Alright, so it might actually be this. I'm going to go in here. Don't know, I'm just guessing at the moment. This could also be set as an option in the Pylink link to the configuration file. That's what I had. I literally copied and pasted that before. Some basic default settings we use, however, will need to less accurate linting. Consider passing in an explicit Django configuration file to match your project to improve accuracy. This belongs to go. Alright, cool. So we'll try that one first. I'll tell you what, we're going to go down into a nested folder. Let's go into the Kanban board. The reason being, less scrolling up. I know nothing about open source. I've just joined Dubbo as a contributor and don't know even where to start from. Alright, fair enough. Do you use Dubbo though? And I don't even know what Dubbo is. Apart from the town. Is it Apache Dubbo? But yeah, my recommendation whenever trying to contribute to an open source project, it's a lot easier to contribute to something that you actually use. So, for example, if you are using Dubbo constantly and so forth like that, it's open sourced. You can actually build it locally, run it, and debug it locally to sort of put down breakpoints to see what's doing what, how it sort of flows out, and so forth like that.
My next recommendation is, if you know the language and the frameworks that they're using, have that documentation up. See why they've done what they've done and so forth like that. So yeah, it's going to take a while for your first contribution, your first pull request and stuff like that. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. There are other ways of helping out. So for example, putting through simple bug reports and stuff like that. It's Apache with Dubbo. Alright, yeah. So my recommendation is to use it and start debugging it. Alright, Apache Dubbo. Give me 2 seconds. I'll go over to this page. I'll bring this one down. So you can always go to the GitHub. You can always, download the source code. I don't know what this is built in. So Java. Now, if it's Java, do they have a lock file or the equivalent of a lock file? I've never really used Java before, so this is me asking that out aloud. I'm assuming it's one of the later versions of Java, so yeah, you might need to set up your own environment. I don't know how to debug in Java. Was Valve user-friendly web and RSS framework? It supports multiple languages. A language implementation such as Go, Python, PHP, Erlang, Rust, and Node.js/web. Java provides solutions for communication services, discovery, traffic management, observability, security tooling, and best practices for building enterprise-grade microservices. Oh, nice. All right. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Alright, cool. So they got the plugin folder here, they've got the auth plugins. So there's some source, there's the main, there's tests up there. Okay, cool. But yeah, you'll be able to download this and play around with it. I can only give you hints of what to do because I've never used that software, nor have I contributed to anything Apache has done before. So yeah, but good luck. Okay, in this sort of case, this is going unrecognized option found, Django setting models. All right. Hang on, I'll go back here. I'm just going to go up a couple of times. Just going to copy that. What I'm going to do. I'm just going to do that again, and then I'm going to do that again, and that solved it. All right. Cool. I'm happy with that. All right. Yay. 9.86. I'm going to be happy with that. So git status, git add, git connect. Applying a py lit configuration. All right, sweet. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I won't be able to help outside of that, Cornelius. So yeah, sorry. All right, so I'm gonna have to actually think and ask about the extractions and stuff like that. All right, give me
couple of seconds. I'm actually going to do that right now. Let's think about this wording and stuff like that. Actually, I'll write it down here. JS quills. Sorry, no, quill.js. And then what I want to do, I'll just do it like this. Hey, cool. For Django's model RM model files. We currently have a minting issue where it is grabbing all the different foreign keys. And there are many tables. Keys. All right, cool. For example, the project foreign key connection occurs in multiple places and contains the same attributes and attribute values. Do you think it would be best practice to extract all out to get on abstraction? I think that's a good sort of question, and that's open for the community. That's currently on our Discord. Curious. Yeah, alright. So, try changing the ignore imports in the celebrities section of the pilot configuration file. Alright, similarities. Okay, that's also something else we could potentially do. All right. And I actually want to give an example with that question at the moment. So I'm going to go into NearBeach. I'm going to go into, not documentation. Oops, that's terrible of me. 0.32 development. I want to go into NearBeach, and I want to go into models, and I think I did documents and document permission. Yeah, all right. Okay, calling in different. Alright, I think, yeah. Going like that. Alright, cool. I'm gonna wait till someone replies back. So yeah, let's move on to setting up and designing the views. So if I reset the canvas, alright, cool, it's all reset. Do I actually have my code for that tablet anymore? No, I don't. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is. Shoot. I should get a new chord for that. Alright. So originally NearBeach was set up so it was a hybrid. It dealt with sending you sort of JSON data, but also it rendered quite a lot of the templates, but only rendered them to the point where VueJS would take over from that point on. Moving forward, we're going to have VueJS handle all the front end, and the only stuff that gets sent from the back end will most likely just be the login page. Yeah, pretty much the login page, handling the two-factor sort of stuff, and the initial page that will get the VueJS run up and running. That being said, we might actually handle the login page using VueJS also, with the idea that user will send a request for the password. We've got to see if this is possible. Send a request for the password. If they logged in, then it'll redirect to the dashboard. If not, then it will handle that. They might, for example, they might need to add in two-factor, and a response might come back and be like, all right, cool, they are kind of almost logged in, we just need to handle the two-factor or something like that. So yeah. So the pages that we'll probably need is a login, and an application page. At the moment, I'm gonna see. I haven't gone through the whole entire application yet. There might be a couple of pages which I go, no, we kind of want the full control from Django to do with this. We don't want to we want to really lock this down and so forth like that. But those will be very special pages. For example, the GDPR wizard might be one of those where we want to fully lock it. Fully lock it down. However, that being said, yeah, I'll have to think about those. So, but at the moment, I have the login and app page. I've got to figure out with the login page about 2FA. Single sign-on. Password reset. All right, just got to figure those out. As for the application, we'll be using the API and all that kind of stuff. We just need to get a basic sort of thing out there, and that's it for the moment. We'll also have to handle, and this will occur over time, we will have to handle language. So I also have to handle how that steps through the whole entire process. So for example, if a user logs in, it will automatically sort of load the application in that user's language. We'll also have to think about themes too. Because, oops, damn it. You don't want, let's say the person put on dark theme. You don't want light theme to pop up whilst it's still being like, all right, cool, let's just find out if user has dark theme set on or whatever theme value that they like. Yeah. Trying to also think about other stuff too. Shouldn't be too hard to do. So yeah, if you're interested in, this is our mock-up at the moment. Once again, the colors will deal with the colors and so forth like that at a later date. This is just a very vertical slice. It's meant to be just to be like, hey, this is what we're trying to achieve. For example, someone clicks on that and I go, yeah, I've got to deal with the project information page soon. I've got to deal with how we want the languages set up and so forth like that, and what the background color will look like. I think I also set this up so that there is a dark mode. There you go. It is as simple as that. And I think it's pretty easy nowadays to set this up. So what we could potentially do, so we could have that, and then like that. But also at the same time, I don't want just light and dark. I might want to actually add in like a third or fourth sort of theme. Yeah. Yeah, haven't. So there's a lot of things I've got to think about and get that sort of set up. So we're going to go dark and light mode. Alright. Alright, he's still running, cool. A few good people running tonight. Alright. Sorry, I'm just having a quick look at my setup. It is getting very dark outside. I'm just going to shut the curtains very quickly. There we go. Oh, this is going to send me messages. Sorry, I'm getting distracted very, very quickly. I think the tests will fail. Found 105 tests. They're all going to fail. That's fine. We've got to go through the unit test too. Because considering we're going to make it so that there's only 2 views and stuff like that, I think that's going to be good. Anyway, I'm going to go Django to FA. Because I think we used this one. Got the installer. Yep. All right. Cool. We've done all the setup and all that kind of fun stuff. We've got to get a YubiKey to test out YubiKeys. And yeah, it has its own.
think the login screen settings. Alright, those are just the settings. Implementing decorators. Okay, signals. I'm gonna have a look at how I originally set this up because it's been a while. So we've got this, so it's under NearBeach, onto views. So we've got the login view, which is the basic sort of thing, two-factor login view. Check the first time login. All right. Yep, that just makes sure the user's logged out, and then it'll send them off to the dashboard. In which case we'll be sending off the user to the correct spot. Yeah, all right. We've got the get form, super get form. All right. Show recapture errors. I don't think we are using recapture anymore. And that's one other thing I've got to go through and double check is if we're going to use those stuff anymore. Anyway, we've just hit another ad break. I'm just going to do this and just, yeah. So I'm just going to think about how we're going to handle all these different things that we've implemented. We also want to implement a OAuth for third-party applications and so forth like that. That will definitely be thought about whilst we're actually building this up. But yeah, the 2FA is very, very important for us. Whether or not I can make it so I can just send messages to the front, being like, hey, just go to the second step. All right, cool. 2FA, got to do 2FA. All right, cool, and all that kind of fun stuff. Which, if I can hijack everything, yeah, sure. That would be good. That definitely would be good. So, yeah. Right, about 20 seconds after the ads, and then we will start viewing this. Yeah. Right. Cool. I've got to go through the application again to go, all right, cool. Are there any other pages I want to actually not do with VueJS and stuff like that? But I don't think there's many. I mean, with the GDPR wizard, I think that can be done all on front end. Yeah, with just the VueJS sort of stuff. Yeah, so much to do. So much to think about too. So the good news is I had this under authentication. I'm happy with that. So we've got the login views, we've got the authentication views, which is in here. We've got the check first time login, we've got the logout.
Ooh. We've got the permission denied page. That is no longer needed because that's going to be handled by the front end. We've got the check permission denied. Yeah, so those aren't going to be needed anymore. So we've got the logout, and that's just logging the user out. I think, yeah, that'll be fine. We're going to simplify this. Two-factor backup tokens. Oh yeah, I hijack a lot of this, don't I? Oh yeah, they've got their own views and stuff like that. And okay. We could use what I've got already. That's not going to be a problem. And Master Hipster, hello, welcome. You have a question? Sure, ask away. Whether I'll be able to answer it or not, I don't know. Now we've got the disable view. I don't know where I'm using that one. And yeah, I'm just hijacking this to put through the theme. Setup complete. Alert. Just gonna see where I'm using this. So I'm using this over here. This is part of the URL's two-factor. Okay, so that's how I'm hijacking it. I mean, the easiest way for me at the moment to actually solve this is to actually use what we've done. That's not too much of a problem. And if we can figure out how we can hijack this later, yeah, that would be pretty good. Oh. Look and see if they've got an API. REST framework with JWF. No. All right, let's get back to the old code. So in the old code, we've got the views authentication. We do have all of these in there, and it looks like essentially probably keep how it's going for the moment. Complaining about that music again. Which, all right, we'll move on.
part of me thinks that yes, I can get it done. Because this is super. Get context data, then it, and then it returns the context. And then this disabled view is where all the stuff actually happens in it. Thing is, what is their code like? So we've got two-factor in here. They've got two-factor views. Disabled view. I don't want to use the disabled view. I want to go back. Profile view. Set up complete view. That's just to check the first time login. That's a log out. There's the login view. That's part of the login view, which is part of the views. All right, cool. Let's go into here. We've got the core in here. And we've got the login view here, and it extends those two. All right, we've got a template name, has token steps. I mean, all right. Alright, so we've got a post. The user can select a parameter challenge, being the backup device, add it to the account wizard, go to step, post, so it gets the wizard step. If the go to step equals first step, if the self-expired log info user's authentication flow has timed out, the user has been redirected to the initial auth form. Alright. Cool, yep. So if you can change the device return, original go to step, token step. Alright, response dot post. Alright. So then it renders the go to step. That's part of the utility, I think. But in our sort of case, we don't want it to render the step. We actually want it to send back a response. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh. The idea here is why I'm looking at this is I'm kind of like, well, if we're going to sort of improve NearBeach, could we have a look at this, see how they actually do their auth, and then do it ourselves? The two-factor stuff. So it looks like it's just a bunch of checks at the moment. Of course, it's going to be a lot more complicated than what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the idea being is we could have a look at it, be like, all right, cool, this is what they do, this is how it's all done. They've got a bunch of other steps in there where they render out stuff, whereas for us, we don't need to render that out. We just need to send back data to the front end, being like, all right, cool, you're good to go. Here's where you got to go. So a good one is when this gets posted to here, we get the step, what step they're at in the data, which is cool. We can do that from the front end. The front end will know what page it's on or what sort of step it's on and so forth like that. Then what will actually happen is it'll go in here. All right, cool. If it's the first step, it just resets the storage. Okay, cool. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but that's fine. And then if self expired and self step requires authentication, uses all right, so that's checking to see that's just checking to see if the user spent too long to actually send the stuff, I think, maybe, or if the token has expired or it doesn't match up, has timed out, the user, it's all right, cool, and then they get redirected back to the first page. So self show timeout error equals true, and then that's just going to the render sort of first step and stuff like that. Once again, we'll just send back JSON at that sort of state, being like, hey, didn't quite work, sorry buddy. If challenge device in self.request.post generate a challenge doesn't require validated form. All right, yep. So then that, all right. So that goes to the token step if there is a challenge device in the post. Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Let's do a demo. Let me reach to that. So I'm just, I'm setting something up very, very quickly. I don't know why I'm doing this the long way. Alright, git status. Cool. Let's remove the database. Don't need it at the moment. We're going to git checkout the main. We're going to Python 3 manage migrate. We're just creating a database very, very quickly. What we're also going to do is we're going to load in some data into there. So we're going to go Python 3 manage load data, and we're just going to go to the NearBeach, the fixtures, and go and do GDPR stuff. Hey Socks, you want to come up? Say hi to everyone. Socks be like, Alright, there you go. You can go in your bit. All right. That's fine for the moment. Yeah, I'm on main. Create super user. Alright, Python 3, manage, create super user. Yeah, we'll leave it as NearBeach. Alright, cool. Then I've got to go Python 3, manage, run server, which is running this server, and just do a couple of tappers, of course. And that's opened on the wrong page. I'm just going to go down here. We're going to go localhost. We'll hit this. I know that there will be an admin for the, actually no, it will be NearBeach. Like this. And what I want to do, I'm just going to go into my profile. We're going to go manage two-factor, enable two-factor. I'm going to go next. I'm going to go email. And this should hit my mail trap. If it doesn't, I'm in trouble. So yeah, currently at the moment, every single post and stuff like that will reload the page, if you can't tell. If I can move away from that, that would be awesome. NearBeach inbox. A few seconds ago, two-factor. All right, cool. Here it is. I'm just going to copy. I'm going to paste it in. Don't worry about this. It's a test account. Back to account security and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I kind of want to. It would be great if I could make that into an endpoint that I can just hit and be like, hey, cool, can you handle this information, stuff like that. Yeah, we've got to figure that one out. So yeah, all right. If I log out, we're going to open up the network. We're just going to remove everything. I'm going to type in NearBeach. It's just a basic sort of password. I'm just going to hit next. I should put on persistent logs. So in here, we've got the request, we've got the middleware, we've got the two-factor, step off, NearBeach. So we don't have any of that other stuff in there, but we've got the token and stuff like that. Now that sent me another email. I'm just going to copy that and I'm just going to paste it in. And that also took a while too. So it might be nice to actually do that async. Yeah. Then we get stuff in here. And then we go next, and that logged us in. So that then goes back to login. We've got the token, and then, all right, cool. So, challenge device. I don't think that's been hit at all. Yeah, all right. It's one of those things I will need to sit down and go through all of this to be like, all right, cool. Why have they set it up like this? What can be removed? How do they do the token stuff? Cause that token will expire. And we've got the setup views and all that kind of stuff. I didn't see the expiry one. But that's perfectly fine. I know that there's a go to step. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something very, very quickly. Dispatch, no, I can't find that. But then again, that could be part of one of these in here. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna play around with this to figure out how it's connecting together. We've got the views, yeah, and then we've got the profile, and yeah, that's a template view, that's a form view, yep. We've got the utils. Yeah, alright. But for the moment, what we'll do is we'll implement it as is. So there is one thing I do want to see. Okay, that's kind of cool. So mix in. Okay. Setup view. And backup tokens view. No, setup, no. All of that's kind of cool. But yeah, then again, I don't know if that. And keep coding forever. Hey, how are you going? Merry Christmas. So yeah, welcome, welcome. I'm just figuring out if we want to sort of tackle this, whether or not we're using Django 2-factor or moving forward, or we sort of see how they implement stuff and actually then sort of rip out what we need and simplify a lot of this, so that way we'll have like an API endpoint or something like that to deal with a lot of this. Because another thing we do want to implement is a WAF, and whether or not actually seeing how other places do it, and, you know, trying to figure things out. All right, finally going to start next month with my new software dev role, Django HTML. Oh, nice! Congratulations! So that's pretty exciting. So yeah, Django HTMX. I have not used this yet. Does kind of look cool. I've definitely clicked here before. So yeah. One day I'll get around to playing with it. So yeah. No, fair enough. Yep. Yeah, I just haven't played around with it yet. Alright, I am going to stop this. We're going to go git checkout 0.32 development. Again, we're going to go git status. I'm going to remove the database. That's no problem. Python manage, migrate. I won't be able to load data into it. Oh. Foreign key 1 has an invalid foreign key. List of requirements. Change user ID. But does not have it. Ah, fuck. Alright. I just found a bug. It's going to annoy me.
Alright, I can fix it. Ooh. Alright. Get post. Okay. No, it looks cool. Yeah, I just haven't used it before. All right, so let's fix this bug. List of requirement statuses. List of requirement statuses. Let's have a look at the old code base. Because I think I know what I did back then. Under NearBeach, we've got models. Somewhere. There we go, models. And then I want a list of requirement item statuses and so forth like that. And if we have down here, we've only got change user. We actually don't have create user. And that's already set as blank true, null true. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change a bunch of these statuses. So I'm already filling these out, but the problem is, as I'm filling them out, there's no users, there's no default users or anything like that. Purposely done like that. Idea being is, from the very, very get-go, we want the user to create their own username and password for NearBeach as a default admin. And putting in the default admin in here is not the best sort of solution. However, it would have solved so many problems in the migration process. So to get around it in later versions, what we've done is we've had it so that for these ones that we pre-fill out, we just state here, these fields aren't required. However, that being said, we do want them to be filled out. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna have to do some reverting of that. Let's just go db, remove db SQLite 3, cool. And that's where we're filling stuff out. So under the initialized data, I've just got to have a look at what we're filling out, and in this, make sure we change those particular fields. I also need to then update the models to represent that. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Let's just say that. Let's get this bug fixed. I can worry about the two-factor authentication a little bit later, because I can go through and I can import what we've got already with the two-factor authentication. That's not going to be a problem. All right.
So we've got requirement. Actually, no, let's do requirement statuses. So I've got the model over here. That's the foreign key. This is this one. We've got statuses. And then we go up here. List of requirement statuses. We've got a bunch of common info and stuff like that. We don't have a creation user or a change user in here. So we've got to override those though. So change user equals models foreign key. Give me a couple of seconds. Override model attribute value. No. All right. Because what we've got is we've extracted out this, and in here we've got the creation user and we've got the change user. Now I can just copy this, remove the default. And then put the required as false and all that kind of fun stuff. So I'm just having a quick think about this. I know I've just put the default equals 1 in there, and that's really not the smartest thing to do. In every other table, we actually want this to be filled out, so it is actually required. Yeah, even then, wondering if there is, like, for example, change user equals self dot change user, or common info dot change user dot like is required or something. Nah, I think what's going to actually happen is I've just got to copy this. That's all. And I'm just going to put those in. I've just got to import those. That's easy. That's just up here from Django.conf. Import the settings. Default will do that, and then blank is true, null is true for those. I think we're happy with that. Yeah, I'm just going to say we're going to be happy with that. We're going to do that over here too. In fact, that and that are going to be the exact same. because we're only making a couple of minor changes and stuff like that in there. Yeah, all right, cool. So that and that are going to be like that. So we've extracted that out. All right, I dropped my pen, of course. Now, other places where this is going to be a problem is, I'm going to do this. So we've got all this, we've got the initialized data. So list of bug clients we're no longer using. That we can skip. List of requirement item statuses we've just done here. Oh, the types too. Yeah, so if we go back into the requirements, we're going to have this. We're going to go down here. We're just going to paste that in. We're going to copy this. We're going to go in here, and we're just going to replace that. So the types will extend that. We won't need any of that. It's just the meta that changes. Cool, I'm happy with that. So, item types, yep, we're happy with that. List of requirement statuses, we've done. List of requirement types, we're just done. List of titles. All right, so this one is, we're just gonna go over here, list of titles, and what we wanna do is we are, once again, going to copy all this. List of titles, that's just overriding that. And then what we want to do from Django.conf import settings. List of RFC statuses. I don't think we're doing that anymore. And I think that's it. All right, before I test it, I need to run off to the bathroom. I will be right back. I am back. Don't worry, he's not going to be in socks. I'm just double checking the other migration files. All right, cool. So what I'm doing now, I'm going to go Python 3, manage, migrate. So all of that now works because we kind of fixed it up, but it's going to fail on the last one because I now need to actually make those particular changes. See, like that. I need to make those changes in our last migration file. So I'll just delete the database. What changes did we make again? I've got them right here. It's perfectly fine. So if I click open up this, scroll all the way up to the top. Let's go, not list of bug clients, that's no longer relevant. List of requirement item statuses. do that. There we go. So we've got the ID, got the higher order, we've got the statuses that we're just renaming, we've got the order, I think that's it. I think we're just renaming stuff. And then in here, NearBeach list of requirement. Change user ID. All right. Group approval. Request for change. All right, let me. Let's use this particular find. I am not doing the capitals. Let's just be like that. So let's go creation user, but we actually want it for list of requirement item statuses. Change user default. All right, we don't want a default. No. Blank equals true. Null equals true. That's it. And same with this one. The type. Blank equals true. Null equals true. All right, cool. List of requirement statuses. Yep, we're going to do the same thing here. So blank equals true, null equals true, and same with the type. All right, list of task statuses. Ooh, oh yeah, these are defaults too that I need to handle. Yeah, all right. Blank equals true, null equals true. I'm just going to make sure that I do that over here. We need to go into the requirement. We need to grab these. List of task statuses. I could do setting info, extract that out again and be like, all right, this is how we're going to do it and all that kind of fun stuff. I'll have to think about this because I really do want to clean up the models. All right. I'm going to have to do list of. I'm going to do it in the directory of this, and I'm going to make sure that we've got class and then list of. So I've just done it to the tasks with the title. I'm going to do that right now. We're done the title. Requirement item. Oh yeah, requirement item, requirement, we're done. Title, project status. We haven't done project status, so we're just gonna do that very, very quickly. Just shove that right in there. We're just gonna go from Django.conf, import settings, sweet, done. And then what we want to do is we want to go back into here. We've done title, project, requirement type, yep, requirement, delete, and task status. All right, cool. Status, stored order, change. I mean, in reality, these all could just be instead of common info. These could be list of info, because we'll have an ID, we'll have a status, we'll have a higher order status, we've got a sort order, we've got a change user, we've got the creation user. All right, cool. So now I'm going to reflect these in the migration file. So list of statuses, list of title, all right, and then I'm going to go list of, that's removing a field, list of, those are all renaming, and that's perfectly fine. Add field, list of project statuses. All right, cool. This will be blank true, null equals, oops. Blank equals true, null equals true. Replacing all of these. That's the project status. And I think I've caught up here. Yeah, I think I've caught up. All right, cool. I'm gonna try the migration again. So we should migrate everything all the way down. The last one's gonna take a little while because there's a lot of things to do. And there we go, done. Sweet. All right, cool. There's that bug and issue fixed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the database again. I'm going to go git status, add commit. We're going to go bug fix. Made sure the list of statuses does not need a creation / change user data, as it will not exist on a fresh install of NearBeach. Cool. I need to also do Django unit test fresh. Fresh migration, cool. No, I need to actually make sure that we can create that, but yeah, all right, not a problem. What I want to do now is git checkout main. I want to go Python 3 manage my crates, and that's going to create our database. Git checkout as 0.32. Actually, no, git checkout main again. Python 3 manage load data. We want to load in our fixture, so NearBeach fixtures. I'm going to do the GPDR stuff. Fingers crossed it works. Oh, yeah, all right, remove database. Yep, all right, cool. Git checkout develop, pull. It doesn't work because of a thing, and I fixed it on the weekend. So yeah, Python 3 manage migrate. Okay, Python 3 manage load data. We want to do the NearBeach fixtures and GDPR. Alright, what I want to do now is git checkout 0.32. I want to do Python 3 manage migrate. So that should now apply that last migration to it. It's going to be a bit huge. It's going to take a while. There is a lot of data in there. So yeah. Oh, I did it. Cool. Sweet. I'm happy with that. So, we've got the blank database booting up. We've also got the fixtures sort of working. Once again, I've got to write a test to actually test the fixtures before and after. That's not going to be too hard. That's just me querying both of them and yeah, making sure the data is the same on either side. All right. As for the login stuff, I'm going to re-implement what we've originally done with the 2FA stuff, just because it's going to be a lot quicker and it's not going to block me up. It is also something that I can look into in the near future to be like, all right, cool, we have this problem that we need to solve, and we can solve it doing this sort of way. So yeah. All right. Now, one thing I should do is I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to go CD. We're going to go up here. We're going to make a directory and go NearBeach 0.31. CD into NearBeach.0.31. We're going to git clone npk github.com NearBeach. We're just going to clone it into here. God, I just realized how big NearBeach is getting. Whoa, I really didn't realize how big NearBeach is getting. Okay. It's getting big. I'm just gonna NearBeach.0.31 to NearBeach dot delete. Alright, cool. And then I'm gonna move NearBeach delete, but the NearBeach in there, I'm gonna move it here, but I'm gonna call it NearBeach 0.31. Alright, so I should have a NearBeach 0.31. Alright, cool. And then I'm just going to remove the NearBeach delete folder. It's done. Just to be consistent. Yeah, just so that they have the same naming consistencies. And it might be the thing that I actually have a NearBeach.32 one and just deal with the 32 development in there or something. I don't know yet. So I'm not too worried. All right. So let's close this. Let's not worry too much about light and dark. With the login, we do sort of have to make things. And I do want to get the app page working. So yeah, let's go in here. Let's just close this. Let's close this. And I just realized I've just rubbed sunscreen into my eye. Oh, that was so stupid of me. Ugh. All right. Let's get rid of that. Let's just minimize all of this. We've got NearBeach open. All right, we're gonna go NearBeach. We're gonna open up the views. Now, I still like the authentication view folder. I'm gonna keep that. The placeholder stuff, I'm gonna get rid of. We're getting rid of that. Let's just delete that. Yep, cool. Oh, sunscreen. API stuff we're gonna keep there. Tools. What was in the tools again? I've emptied out all of these folders for the moment, and we're going to re-import what we need. So, for example, the login stuff, I'll re-import all of that. That won't be a problem. So, what I kind of want in here, I'm going to have a new directory. I'm going to have it called application. I'm just going to double check my naming convention. Thought someone was calling me. Yeah, all right, cool. Gonna add that in. And one thing I do want to set up is I want to use Django classes. Yeah. So class-based views. I've never used them before. However, I think in this sort of case, it'd be good to actually use them. So, first things first, class-based views. Yeah, it'll be something like that. That's the old way how we used to do it. And we have to, yeah, hopefully like that. This will probably be the new way how we do it. So we're just going to paste that in at the moment. We won't have a post for this particular thing, but what we will have, like that. We're also going, sorry, I'm just going to have to wash my face. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. Just the stinging got worse and worse and worse. How's my face? It's not too bad. Alright, cool. Yes, we kind of want to use class-based sort of stuff now. The major reason why is the API is all class-based. So we just want that consistency through NearBeach now. So this would be module providing the application for NearBeach. This will be class handling CRUD for application view. And that's it at the moment. We'll just have that. In the URLs, we'll be having application views, and this will be as simple as just application view. That's how we'll have it. Application view, and I'm just going to have this as application as the route. Keeping it very, very simple. Oops. I want to do that and do that. And hello, Priyanshi. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I do apologize if I got your name wrong. But yeah, welcome. I hope you're having a great evening. Yeah. This will be URL patterns for NearBeach. Alright, cool. That's it. This will actually be root level. Because I'll import the other ones into here. And we should point out that I need to go Django URL fallback. Showing homepage on array has it's not the best practice. It's confused with people and robots. If you still want to do that, use it here. Django has redirect view. Alright. Django URLs fallback URL. It's just, yeah, good to see your code line by line in the vibe. Yeah, well, I have been coding for a number of years now, so yeah. But yeah, welcome. I am just figuring out how we can have a fallback or a default. Fallback, alright, default. String, yep. Specifying defaults. A convenient trick is to specify default parameters for your views arguments. Here, alright, cool. This probably just means that I've got to put something in here, regexwise, that it will be like, alright, cool, boom. Anything goes to this application thing. And then put all the API stuff above before it. So it goes through the API stuff first and goes, oh, matches this API first. All right, cool. If it doesn't match any of the API, boom, straight here. Because we don't want to. Yep, that's fine. Slug. So for NearBeach, it's Django and VueJS. So Django for the backend, VueJS for the front end. We're currently going through a massive refactor, both the UI, UX, getting rid of all the technical debt. Essentially, at the moment, I've removed so much from NearBeach's code. It's not funny, and we're slowly going to bring back some of it. However, for my day job, it's usually .NET. So yeah, I'm not fussed.
what tech stack I use. So, yeah. Alright. Passing extra options into the function. No, we don't want that. Default, for example, default Django. Alright, cool. We'll set up the default admin stuff in a second. Actually, no, I kind of don't want to set up the Django admin stuff. I don't want people mucking around with it. Cheers, thank you. All right. They probably don't have a fallback option. How old is this? 2012. Oh, this may no longer be relevant. I do know that they changed the URLs and stuff like that. All right. Django cheat sheet. URL patches. Catch all. Ooh, catch all ones. All right, cool. Catch all for home pages. Yep, by default, it automatically appends the trailing slash URLs. Yeah, all right, cool. For the catch-all ones. All right, cool. Yeah. I was hoping that would be better than that. That was just terrible. Is that it? Just path resources. All right, let's try this out. Let's hit debug. Nope. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, they've got it like that. Yeah. Yeah, no. That doesn't work. What I want to do is I also want to do this. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. We've got to wait for it to come back, and then there you go. That's what we kind of want to see. And then, all right. Yeah, it's expecting that what we do is we just put up resources up here. I mean, that's pretty easy to do. We just go up in here. I mean, I just want it to exclude all of that. That's the thing. I just want it to go, all right, cool, that works. All right, if that doesn't work. Oh, yep, sorry, I just saw your message. We do have a Discord. And Ships One, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I'm not looking at that present right now. Sorry. I'm just going to do this very, very quickly. We're just going to go up here. We're just going to go like that. Oh, it doesn't like the underscores, does it? Results. Oh no, hang on. It's here that we want to do that. Yeah, alright. Reboot, cool. Unexpected argument results, but if I go like that, all right, get rid of that, cool, and then some data. Hang on, when I just do it like that, that we get an error, missing argument. Ah, damn it! All right. I just don't trust links during stream, and auto mod is picking it up as something bad. Alright, that worked. And then if we put in something, something still works. And then if we put something else still works. Alright, so what we need to do is we need 2 lines of code here. We need a path with an underscore. And that just tells Django and Python, we're not worried about this particular variable whatsoever. We just expect something coming through that will match this sort of pattern. What we'll also do is we'll add in fallback URLs to the front end. Easy done. Because the front end will handle all of the routing and all that kind of stuff. So that will be fine, and then that will be fine. We've got underscore equals none in case there is none coming through. We're not worried about that because they'll just do that. In here, what we kind of want to do is we kind of want to set up the template stuff. Now, why is that? Oh, make function from method. No. What we kind of want to do in here now is sort of set up the template. So in NearBeach, I've gotten rid of all the templates. I've got a placeholder template. We're going to get rid of that right now. Sorry, I've just mock up. All right, cool. We're just going to borrow the mock up stuff. I'm just going to view page source because it's just going to be 10 times easier just to copy all of this. we're going to go into here and we're going to create a HTML file. We're going to call it application.html. We're definitely going to add that in. We're just going to go up to the top. We're going to delete everything. We're just going to put in our code for the moment. Now, other things that we've got to do is, you'll notice in here that we've got a bunch of scripts and so forth like that. We've got to reference static files, so forth like that. So another thing I've got to do is delete everything from the static files folder. So all of this will be deleted. Just easier, just go in here and go delete, and then go into here, new directory. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put in NearBeach. We're going to leave it like that at the moment. And then we're going to fix this up very, very quickly. The language itself, I've got to do some research with Django with the languages and so forth like that. I think it's potentially built into the system. And whether or not users can change their own languages. So yeah, I'll figure that one out. So we've got users, for example, user in here. I don't think we've got language choices. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, definitely doesn't look like it. What I want to do also is, sorry, sucks. Can I have my hand back? Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I enjoyed your licks. They were nice. Just going to open up a new thing. I'm going to go CD into the new design mockup. I'm just going to do git pull because I think I got the latest code. And then what I want to do, npm run, actually before I do, remove the dist folder and then npm run build. It'll only take a second or two to build. There we go. I can close this terminal. Now I can open up this. We can go into sites. We can go into new design mockup. We can go into the dist. I need to grab the assets. And I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste directly in here. So there's all our assets. I'm also going to get the fav icon, but I'm going to use the NearBeach one. So I'm going to go to the NearBeach, the old one. I'm going to go into NearBeach. I'm going to go into the static NearBeach. I need to probably scroll all the way down. I don't have the icon. Unless it's fab icon. And then a P, F, G. No. Alright, I'm going to scroll all the way up just in case it's under one of these folders. So for example, images. There it is. Oh, that's the SVG. Okay, I'm just going to do a double check. I'm just going to go NearBeach. I'm just going to view page source. I'm just going to go favicon. Oh, all right. I need to change that. Okay. I've got it done poorly. Oh, it's there anyway. All right. Sweet. Viewport, content width, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna do NearBeach. Yep. I should put NearBeach application. I've got the fonts. But I thought I was dealing with the fonts now, so I'm getting rid of those fonts. We've got the NearBeach, we've got the meta viewport, we've got all of that, yep. And we're not dealing with hot pink anymore, so I'm going to do screw it. Let's just deal with hot pink for a little bit longer. And then we've got the application itself. And that's pretty much it. Now, when we actually do push this through and do it correctly and so forth like that, what will actually happen is what I'm thinking of, I don't know. Yeah, when I... Give me 2 seconds, sorry. When we set this up properly, a lot of the information in here will be actually rendered in, and I've got to determine whether or not we can cache that, because a lot of it won't change. So for example, where the assets are and so forth like that. So we've got the index. What will the index be called? It'll be called this. So I'm just going to go rename, and it's just going to be as quick and easy as doing that, to just posting it in and going top. And then the CSS should be the same thing too. So I'm just going to rename that. I'm just going to go copy, and in fact I'm going to copy all of that, and I'm just going to go, yeah, screw yeah. Paste that all in like that. So if I hit rerun, oh, I haven't actually put the templates and all that kind of stuff on now. All right, so we've got that. We should, in Django, should go down here, should be able to see all about the templates and stuff. Who's boring it? All right, cool. Form, all right, cool. Form, render request. And it's just going to be simple. What? Oh, thank you, socks. As simple as that. I need to import the render. I won't need that, I won't need that. We've got the views, which is what I want. All right, cool. So very small. And then if I hit refresh, I'm just gonna have a check on the network. I'm just gonna bring this to that side. We don't have those assets yet because, all right, no, because I need to do the static stuff. So I need to go back into here. I need to go up here. Look. use static, and then it'll be down here, static, NearBeach, it'll be static, yeah, and NearBeach, and then index. That's not populating through. Give me a couple of seconds. This has been a little while since I've done this, so I want to go Django static URL. Load static. No, not use static. Sorry, my bad. Load static. All right, cool. And then yeah, it's the static like that. All right, cool. Load static. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to go to it, and then I'm going to go static, and then it's going to be NearBeach/index. This is part of the script, so this will be this. I'm just going to go rename. And we should do the same thing down here. Like so. And then when I hit refresh, okay, I see what's happening now. Get rid of the persistent logs. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to Yeah, all right. So when I build this, I'm going to need to tell it to actually expect the files in a particular location. Okay, that's not a problem. But it got stuff out onto the screen. It just couldn't get the CSS there. And I think if I click on like project, it's gonna fail getting the projects and stuff like that. It failed getting all of these because it's looking for assets instead. So yeah, I'll need to figure that one out at a later date. Anyway, it's getting late here. I'm going to find someone to raid. Okay, let's... Salt and pepper. Alright, cool. Alright. We're going to raid Sergeant Pepper. Alright, thank you very much everyone for being here today. We are slowly getting there. The models look like they're at that sort of state that I'm getting happy with it. I'll get feedback on how far I should abstract everything out, whether or not it's actually worth to do, or if I just go, alright, cool, let's not do it. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what else to say. I think it's nearly 10:30 here. I've been streaming for just over 4 hours. Let's go raid Sergeant Pepper. And for those on YouTube, sadly you won't be able to